Hey, how you doing? Playing more Great Ace Attorney today. We're like in the middle of a trial, so I kind of stopped at a moment when we got to the cross examination or whatever last time. Uh, bu- 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 bu. But we should be good. Pretty much just gonna be going on from there. Hey, Darth, how you doing? Glad to see you. Alright, there we go. Now let me capture this. Boom. I'm good, I'm good. Alright. Now. Last time I was playing this, my freaking bitrate was all over the damn place. Hey, Lucy. Well, I'm glad you like that. Yeah, pretty much that interview was kind of just general stuff about how I conduct myself here on the interwebs or whatever. Nothing like too out there, but I enjoy talking there, so there's that. Oh, right, we were at the testimony. Right. Right. Okay. So I snuck inside the carriage before they looked up the horses just like always. Mm-hmm. It was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Oh boy. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. Alright, alright. It's because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Alright, okay. Okay. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I've said before, sir. Yeah. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. In the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Well, the thing is, that was filled before early in the trial. She clearly was not there. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye. But of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I know that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a long life was ruined with all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action could result in your own innocence being called into question? Not at all, my lord. Not at all. Oh boy. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate loss. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. Oh boy. Putting them under his thumb. Oh boy. Lord. This This final example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. He's got away with words, that's for sure. With calm and calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Oh boy. How are they gonna turn it around this time? Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury are consensual and they're leaning to a verdict of not guilty? But I don't know, is it gonna last? Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure? Objection! Yep. My dude! My dude! In the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. Just puts his frickin' leg on the damn stand. What, sir? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That was odd. Hang on a second. That was odd. My bitrate just went to 0 all of a sudden. Oh well. So he just freaking put his leg up on the freaking stand for some reason. This really is consuming an example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Yeah, it seems like they don't like the game for some reason. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. Yes, you are correct. You are correct, Van Zeeks. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. Exactly, it was. It's noted in the black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Gilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. They've also added something. Well, it's very clear the evidence has been tampered with, so... How could such a devious and contrivance possibly have been affected, Counsel? Well... Since there was smoke filling the frickin' room, someone could have easily tampered with the evidence without anyone being able to see it. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Yes, I saw that too. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, Doubtless you examine it in fine detail as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the undersea compartment to be? Oh, to be sure. Young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. He's trying to manipulate me. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. Tell the truth. I don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ara, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on me side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. But I also have the freaking... Dude. I have the right to tell the truth. Why would you say something to compromise his position? I have to tell the truth. I saw him. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly as honestly as possible. Interesting. Tis not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. Not the court must consider the fast. But their cubbyhole on their seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pig purse are lying. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. It's the stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. I just told the freaking truth, so... Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. All I did was tell the freaking truth, and that's it. So let's see what we can find out. So you're already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Oh yeah? I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? Suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining your tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. Right conk of a driver as always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Words. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems to be an online of inquiry. Continue. It was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. You mean we were trying to steal them? A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most of my nights are on my own and God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me's seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us you weren't present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion and be sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Strahd couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Then that just makes Mr. McGilded even more guilty. Duh. Hold it. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher have at a butcher's who I can gonna fiddle. Okay. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones see. So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. The truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark spaces. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. What's the only place to hide him in the carriages, so it's Upson's choice. Why doesn't she stick to the picking people's pockets in the open then? I say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, nothing else for it. And after a while, I hear this loud bang. There, he jumped out on my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. A bang. Why a bang? Hold it! When you say a loud bang, you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion. I suppose quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke when it had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilda's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should have never risked looking. And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? How scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. Must be what the rooftop passengers saw. That could be true. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and all that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, didn't want one seeing me face, so I didn't look her up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back on the seat. I'll see that kid away later." All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure it would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Hmm. Let's save first. Snuck inside the carriage. Hmm. 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 Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Well, yeah, I'd assume that you wouldn't be able to see anything when you're in it. And after a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumping out of my skin. Uh... Hmm. Wait. Is there anything more in here, maybe? Uh... Hmm. Wait. Hmm. Sat once in the Atom with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to the internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to figure out which one is the right one. There's something missing, maybe? There has to be something that I'm missing. Hmm. Hmm. Not seeing anything relevant. Maybe I can find something out here? Maybe. Maybe not. There is a way to open it from the top. Murder weapon. No. Hang on, let's look for these. Stuck inside the carriage where they hooked up the horses, just like always. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Maybe the omnibus? Let me see. Objection. Nope, that's not it. Oops. Oh well. Oh, Ryunosuke. Oh boy. Alright. Let's see. I need to think about this. Why would there be a bang? It was a knife wound. And would he have actually fallen over? Like, with this new evidence, it clearly shows that he would have. However, okay. I mean, what if we went in there ourselves? I don't know. What if we went in here, like, just stuffed ourselves in here? Can you really see nothing? No. Well, I think the weird thing, though, is that, this is clearly dried up. This isn't. Very odd. There has to be something I need to do. I just can't quite tell what. Why would it be a bang, though? Like, yeah, he could have fallen over, but why a bang? You'd think you'd hear like a shunk or something. Let me think. Wait, maybe I missed one? Let's try pressing again. Let's see what happens. Oop. So you couldn't see it out of the cabin at all. Wait. I know I pressed everything. Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Excuse me.
What you got to say, buddy? Something wrong, Mr. McGilded. Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Council? I'm just wondering, Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking to yourself. Think about something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and don't know about yourself. But I find that the darkness seems to be making everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. Well, that when one of your senses is not exactly being used as much, well, your other senses can be even better. So, you know. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. Oh my god. What a pity. Only Mr. Strahd had heard something. Might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of the last statement of hers? Important. Obviously. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Council. Nevertheless. Ms. Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you talking about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. Let's press this.
Hold it.
So we're straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I just pushed the curtain up and Ava butchers to see what's what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got me Ed down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGillis sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. What are you, Adam and Eve it? Eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that one, wonder? That doesn't add up. There was another person there. The victim. Mrs. Strahd, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Seems my learned Nibonese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So our Lord Van Zees realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. Expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Mr. Strahd, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, Miller. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. Strahd could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Thrice-fired Mason.
Take that.
Thrice-fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Mr. Strahd cannot have failed to hear. Is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Explain your reasoning, counsel. Mrs. Strahd, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on the board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilden? That I was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed board. At least, not in plain sight. So we're to all intents and purposes alone in the enclosed cabin in the omnibus at that time? Did I not say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else. That's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under... Wait. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, you did not hear the door opening or closing at all. Nah, I never heard it. That's not exactly what I was looking for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case... When and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Well... You see this right here? That can open. So, if this door did not open, and she didn't hear that, then the bang she must have heard was thrice-fired Mason jumping down into the carriage. When and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem that words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. The witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? Makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Yay! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Mr. Nardole, that's 5 jury members leading towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Yay! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? Amadan, this is carnage. It's perfect. Sure, number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Nardole, the way this is going, I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Oh. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on the whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found in the carriage. If this petty thief were to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? The freaking skylight. Duh. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. There's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin in some other way.
Objection!
I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one of the enclosed cabin isn't furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
Wrong. Wrong. There could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The vents will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is the entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin? The skylight!
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However,
Objection!
the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilda and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. The bang. Dropping down into the carriage. Yes, which has already been explained. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. No. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Mr. Strahd to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Hey, Elena, how you doing? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passenger on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, no one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, it seems, me lord, that 'tis not much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. I wouldn't exactly say it's like a main competitor to Smash, more just Avengers are there. They exist. But I guess so, yes. What do you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Oh boy. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blicker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's, I protest. I protest. In the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest you, too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. It's not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nippities, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis can't possibly stand without the rooftop passengers be aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. But we didn't friggin' accuse him. I know it's rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are you wasting time for? Get them to testify. All right. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Spectres in the public gallery are in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All you do is keep pushing forward. We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think either of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that, on listening to this testimony, it's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to the investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Huh. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
First of all, let's press through it all. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not. Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. McGilden? Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. An outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in. Let me stop you right there, fella. Not do you have any evidence at all? This is all about evidence in the courts these days. So it is. You do well to remember that. Oh, I saw you with my own eyes. This is going well. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of either of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It certainly had been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? Is this coming of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you never opened them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. We had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have locked and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now. 'Twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It is hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? I believe we reached an impasse here on this particular point. You. Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it is only fair that you and the other Finn are here too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. Oh! Dirty money! This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lemmy, no, not once. Never. Never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Matters that don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had that.
Well, no.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What could I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought for somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that not right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplace, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? Given not very much of saying, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconsiderable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off to one another. Ah. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want me with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? Not there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit is it? Well, it's just a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers. Such as thrice-fired Mason. Considering its patchworky design, I don't think that's impossible. What you want? What you want, the puppy? The puppy? Give me one moment. Puppy wants to go in chair. He was recently groomed today. Alright. Here's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of war, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. I thought it is. So it would seem that the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to be had. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ugh. He's better than this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilditch has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me a little interruption hold up the proceedings. Skylight was shut the entire time. Let's see if we can get anything out of this. You're quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now. Just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, still and all. What? Just look at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop burning our canes, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shot myself with it, as it seems. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skyway, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. That stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as the rouge, I did. Oh no! Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried and what?
That ain't.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All of them skylights open. Dead easy. More easy than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be in loosing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used a skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Sky opens from the roof deck? Bailiff? Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Yep. Oh, my hat. See? So it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. Skylight opens. And from the roof deck, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Skylight opens. Perhaps I can escape for myself. So the sky was fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh, what's that? This does open very wide, doesn't it? I don't have to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just there. Look at this. That's, well, a question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely. Can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Oh no. Oh no. Well, blood.
Objection.
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof. Here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus in this evidence which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
Got it.
By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah! This bloodline proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Oh, yay!
Hold it.
But the blood couldn't have straight up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. What? And only found its way to the one particular spot in the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't we have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? The blood. It is all too plain, if you see. There's the element that shows the poor fella dropped from the fair height right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be. It's all lies!
Hold it.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? Unless it was fabricated. I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now that where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's cartridges being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection.
chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what do you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection.
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation on the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Vangzies, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What's that even mean? He fabricates. When you wield a fortune to the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Indeed. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This was not to do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been there in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in without the world and his wife seeing? The smoke. Don't you remember the smoke that filled the room, dude? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court's been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter, in your own words. As you wish. If could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, In terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh! Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. The smoke. The smoke. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Japanese friend has no intention of running from this seat. Seat? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on? Careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom is filled with smoke, and everyone's thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. This is a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. And as I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Forcing Lord Van Zeeks. No one is able to corroborate your claims. It's true. When Alice was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About Omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the Omnibus? My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. The blood on the floor. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGilded. The courts await the defense's clarification. Ah. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what the truth and what's the deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is the alleged mark that you claimed appeared at some point during the trial? Oh, well...
Got it!
If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. As far as I recall, the split stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say, that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. You gotta bring the truth out. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything that I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it is all over now. But you're the defendant. It is over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zieks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. I am here in this courtroom today advocating for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! This unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocents into question? Are you out of sound mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done. That's all you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honorable gentleman so subtly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. In your closing statement there was, how did you put it now? Nothing more than a formality. He's getting away with his bullshit. I really don't want to make of all this. Was that evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. This thing in which we're always guilty of something. You... mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Oh boy. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait! We were evacuated from the courtroom. Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear Villa, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief. You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looked forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Yay! Depressing victory. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day. The judge delivered his verdict. In my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. The defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly, a victory for us. A depressing victory where the actual killer got away. Yay! It's another Matt Engard. That was certainly a long trial. Yes, it was. First ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato. Thank you for assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? You don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. Oh, and the girl was with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? How about the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, what do you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And besides, I viewed a tank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I really did anything. True. To be honest, it would be a very great fire hazard. The giant flames would not exactly inspire much confidence. What are you on earth you seeing, fella? How did I walk out there with a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me at a stray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, just water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obscene deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in the hand, a sort of any wee details. They'll see for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Yeah, the richest man in frickin' Britain. Yay. It's not that funny. Still then, As we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, Philip. Oh no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Arabi Wist? You're a humble people, are you? You from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus Begilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? One moment. Alright, there we go. Okay. What's this, officer? 10% of 100. Wild. Yeah, it sure will be. What's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Yeah, that's taxes. Oh boy. Well, I must be making trucks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. You're gonna examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. This is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, the free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Ma'am? Ma'am? Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Strahd, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Oh, there you are. Iris! Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Huh. Rocket launcher? Ah! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Grr. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing to a different omnibus, and she pitched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. You mean to say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Bye, Iris. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right. But... where to? Oh. We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. We're certainly planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. Worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it'd be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a mid-winter luncheon will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. Oops. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh boy!
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen? I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
Oh, great.
Oh, this can't be.
Him. Rip. The burn to death. Ripu. And now... number 4. The one with a historical figure in it. The Adventure of the Cloud of Kuroko.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Ouch.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Are we gonna see Jack the Ripper now? Did you sleep last night, Mr. Nodohodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt we were staying in a palace. All the gaslight twinkling was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. All the enormous beds. After my time on the SS Borya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent their entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The wind was so impressive that the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would have put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I could help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Ugh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire spindend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, we are, well, good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We've come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Sutra-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. In accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been appraised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer are you a student of the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't insist dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Well, Lord Ranzeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear Phila, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. That rat bastard! That frickin' cheat! Just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilda really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo! Just that I never imagined us certain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away, immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Yay, he's dead. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGill had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. It's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. Bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, mainly after the trial, Mr. McGill did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for him myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGill talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilded. I mean, the guy was a loan shark. I have no sympathy for the guy, so yeah. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. Mr. Roundhole means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, in which only a few short decades old. Oh, Susu has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. Circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Oh, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you please give us more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. This trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in the courtroom again after McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. The situation remains unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Indeed. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. One moment. There we go. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through to the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Aosogi. I would be interested to hear exactly what you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say you see, we want to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. And he's gone. I like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he had never made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruto, what's all this about? Mr. Aosogi never mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. Oh, there he is. There's the boy. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what do you mean? I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. He's got his crisps. He's got his crisps. Well, not just a minute, you know. I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. He's got his crisps. Crisp man. He's got his chips. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English eaten out of your hand, do you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here saving to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. You can imagine what the officer there will be saying, hmm? If I actually remember correctly, I think this is a remix of, Gumshoe's theme. To be more stylized with the time period. Been seeing Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unreasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable, how did she pull that off? Because she was a woman, obviously. So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Probably with the Sholmes stories, you know? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato. He's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication, what's it called again? Rand's Magazine? That's right, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes is a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Shulman is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is a pick of bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Shulman isn't partly known for giving compliments, you see. That he's not. And thanks to the magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation of the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. He's paranoid. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he last appeared in those stories. The fame's gone to the head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Yeah. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means, as far as we're concerned as lawyers, couldn't be more complicated. Sorry. Wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. Oh boy. Had him on a weird friggin' nose issue. Ugh. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Suppose he would have finished whoever it was off with a Suzuto takedown, wouldn't you? It's neither here nor there, Mr. Nodohodo.
Look me in the eye.
Oh, sorry. I was not trying to do anything. Sorry. Give me one moment. Alright. Sorry about that. Alright. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him before. Heard of him, then. Oh, yes, you're very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGildas told us about him before the trial, didn't we? When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. His Reaper of the Bailey nickname. Suppose these aren't that because every defendant he had against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. In yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Huh. And what of it? Oh, well, I think... that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No. You really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Mr. Mino Gilded became a cropper in the omnibus when it went up into flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are you really supposed to believe that? Nom 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 nom. Right. Well, I filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So we'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. There's Prior Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in the cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Baileys, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm not really sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Let's go. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. No, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. It's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I was just hearing things, was I? A tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-son. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of compatriots' voice here is in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese man? What compensation compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why have you been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't say sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume Sasuke Natsume. Hang on. I'm pretty sure that's a historical figure. Wait. Soseki Natsume. Yeah. Japanese novelist. He's best known around the world for his novels Kokoro, Botchan, I Am Cat, Kasuma, and his unfinished work Light and Darkness. Yeah. This guy's a historical figure. A writer. He came to Britain as a scholar. So we got a historical man to defend. He doesn't die until 1916, which this game clearly takes place quite a bit before, so he's not dying anytime soon. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say they were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Do you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? They told me to study English literature that I could have understand. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi! You must be a man of great standing. Oh, yes, so often I'm told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no. No, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatively inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my cursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too? I was walking along that accursed pavement. I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat, she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my cursed lodgings. That's not good. I'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. Remedy? Remedy. Hang on. There he goes. There's the bark. Oh boy, there he goes. Do you think I know any of these fair in English? And a young woman in that. I'm different. Diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman. Unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it had happened. Who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably. Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Susuke-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. I mean... It's a constant case of you're literally thinking out loud all the time, Ryunosuke. That's why people are able to respond to you. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Cursed Great Detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Rash, big-headed busybody, be gone! May you be accursed until the end of your days, Sherlock Sholmes! I knew it. Mr. Sholmes? Sherlock Sholmes. I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare that had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a silver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police. Put the weapon down. It was a thin silver sliver. And yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! Clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Cheshire cat. That's Sherlock Sholmes! It's actually just Sherlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he has a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the Great Detective is really very well known. His overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, the sweet-stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. You mean to say Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, good point. My mind went blank. I knew they had to answer, but I don't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I know, I was in manacles. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Sorry about that. I needed to blow my nose. Mr. Nodohodo, Esquire. Oh, just call me Nodohodo. We're here speaking English. Simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. At this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what this justice in the country even means. Oh, Nodohodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm sort of a Lockham lawyer, I suppose. But that armband... It's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Compunction, yeah. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And, of course the foreigner did it. And they even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. It's awful. They're wrong. I study more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. Traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. Hmm? I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, Locum student Mr. Nodohodo Esquire. We should be going then, Nodohodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. Time to investigate. Ooh. The improved art here is really good. It's HD and... So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Look, Mr. Nodohodo. Look at their regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Nodohodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamed I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on someday. Well, I hope your happy dream comes true. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course, we're here to investigate. So we've been to the holding cells then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh. So-called air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated police and organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. Certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. No. That's a lie. That's a total lie. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being on London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, wraps up on their windows with a long pole. Did myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day, and that's the regulation distance. Oh, God. Walking 20 miles in a day, every day. What the hell? Can't really imagine how far that is. Sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. It's probably the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has an important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. Suppose it's between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? Chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have man keeling over from time to time, I admit. Yeah, because it's overwork. You're overworking them. I've always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart, and I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy hand if you do. Happened at around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago. Just there on the open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out about her at all. So that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsumi is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but... just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, precise moment of stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There are witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Yay! Trust the word of the copper to put the minority in jail. Amazing! Nothing has changed. A policeman might change things. This policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that a policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. It's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident? As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? Person led you to the suspect. I hear that Mr. Herlock that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. Sure was the result of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle-faddle. Ah. The man's an amateur. I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up the scene of the crime. Wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish. Before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ah. Ever seen this before? Oh, yes, that's Rance Magazine. A wonderful publication in which the investors of Sherlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called Great Detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone in the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Emily, shush. Calm. I suppose there is an element of that. Work our socks off, every one of us, only to be fronted by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. It can't really be true, can it, Inspector? One moment. All right. Yeah, they clearly do. They clearly do. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me. But I would just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume would hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young one was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? Think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are you really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detectives. Mr. No, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. With those shiny eyes, you can't wait, can you? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, you have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. How do you know that? Because it's constantly said what his freaking address is. It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. There's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Better try to find our way here before Susanoo-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed. Baker Street.
Thank you very much.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Yep. Herlocks. What a messy place. Then again, I'm pretty sure it's always been messy. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. It is described in the stories, Miss Susato. Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. Detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears in the fog down in an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So I don't mind. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at the moment. Excuse me. Is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Iris! Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just there? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. Oh boy. The King of Bohemia. Oh no. The King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmund von Ormsting. Of course. Sorry, I was drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susanoo-san recognizes her too. Ah, there you are. Taking that with you as well. Just looking forward to the trial of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber. Never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look like color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on that boat brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you just say your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. At the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Oh, like this? Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Chinny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruction mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live together. I had no idea the great Jateva had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relation with Mr. Sholmes? Companion. Well, I expect you found out that lodging of any kind in London are very expensive. Solution is share the cost with a partner. Roommate. Your roommates? Hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. She's freaking 10. And child labor. Ah! Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Well, her father is likely dead, and, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? Yes, that's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see? He tells me all about them. She's the writer. No Conan Doyle here. It's all Iris. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he had just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you're the author? Yes. And I'll let you out on a little secret if you like. I'm going to call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. I wonder why. Of course, I always change one or two details on the stories here and there. Yeah, makes sense. This time, I had an idea of making a Vem mistake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes. Of course, I thought that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you think? So do you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. Most of the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine? Dr. John H. Wilson. Pseudo's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No! At 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. They were all a 10-year-old. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How'd you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes, oh... That would have been a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now let's begin. Iris Rilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, I already knew that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How do you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. Top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed the red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. But use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a ransom is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. Well, it told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how can you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. There was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. She's better than Herlock. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to certain something about Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. Yeah, but... Sherlock... Sholmes tends to be wrong. This really is very good news. You tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. Police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had been a short, shifty-looking suited man running away from the scene. Short, shifty-looking stooped man. Mr. Natsume beyond that, I doubt. It's like he saw that he didn't see anybody on the street at all. Seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It's a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty, stooped man, shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course he did. He's a great detective. You're only half right. Still, that means the incident only occurs 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely, we have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case... I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many questions, Iris. It's been very informative. One moment. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. The case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Reads, tell the gentleman in the back whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this won't make the inspectors help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Nonohado, it's back to the scene of the crime. Indeed. So, somewhat dubious that would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. And we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note, and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Woo! Part 1 done. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Cute. Very cute. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ah, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? This dude. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Yes, of course, I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. Sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever you want to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsube's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadib. Right. Well, you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards. You hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. He must think very highly of Iris. Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Yep. May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soisuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? No, the smile. We'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I should convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a member of household staff. That was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. Certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. Okay, first of all, look at the shape of his head. What does that remind you of? A, crescent moon, perhaps? That's a joke. Good day to you, John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywand. Don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over to the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb here on the second floor, isn't it? I was painting at the top of those stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let those good people see it properly. Joan, fetch it. Ah! Dash it, woman, be careful. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I should be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. Blighty. Bleh bleh. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. As this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Okay, oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... Eh? No, Anyway, the chap's been investigating the foreign's room as we speak. So he's Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Alright. I'm gonna be right back, and we'll be back soon. Alright. Let's keep going. About Mr. Natsumi then. Mr. Gardeeb, please do tell us. Yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Only just a week? So we moved here very recently then. I have two lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. Dash it all, Joan. Be careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Ugh! Racism! Yay! Just because he's a foreigner. Well, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Maybe because he's shy and an introvert, you know? Very simple things that aren't really suspicious. The man had a shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you asked me. As I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to be doing something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling his maid a witness, that's for sure. Is there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. And you know anything at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. Okay, first of all, he's a student. He's a scholar. He's clearly trying to learn. So he's taking a lot of books in because he's learning. Obviously. He never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. But again, he's an introvert. He doesn't exactly like mingling with people. So what does he do? Stay in his room and read. What else? And he just trots off to the old bookshop every single day. Comes back at 5 to light the gas wire. And the funny little man is up along past the time everyone else in the time has gone to bed too. What is wrong with that? He's just reading. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. Might have known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! Yeah, sounds like you're stalking him. I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor in street level. And how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times that they go to bed. Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman. She's done that 3 times. 3 times. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Definitely not. Seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. And the window incident took place on the pavement just on the other side of the street. Is there anybody suspicious loitering nearby? Five o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk around outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well. I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. You noticing anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as... anything at all, even it seems unrelated. Well. Yes, was there something then? The fourth time! The fourth time! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm obviously sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Well, first of all, your eyes have been closed every time you've done that. So, you're not paying attention. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I can remember. Clearly it's not good enough because you keep pushing it in Natsume's face, acting like you know everything about him. Nothing of significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you're talking to her sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as far as saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... The fifth time. The fifth time. Joan, dash it all. What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. She is deliberately pushing this narrative. Deliberately. Yes, quite. Nothing's happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. Lies. Clearly lies. Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholm is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes, told me Natsu's name has asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholm's services? That's a blatant lie. Could it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us in that case, but we have to try. And all the clues we can lay our hand on, shall we? And what? Yes, while we're here, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Sholmes and... oh! Kitty! 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 What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Suppose it's mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me, neither. It's so dark in here, too. I mean, it's fine. It's not that dark. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. For some reason, it was closed up with bricks and mortar. Probably for heating reasons? I don't know. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to Mr. Garadev told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Well, might as well look around. Let's look at the kitty. Meow. Oh, it's gone. There it goes. Gone. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, was it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Matsue brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
I mean, you guys were on a trip for 50 days. So, I think that has something to do with it. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. Or notes scrawled over them in English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. That's another thing, yeah. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. The desk seems to be wedged in a crevasse, pushing the mountains of books on either side. Suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsune's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. Ah, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way from buying some old books. Yeah. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Meneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in the position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Darumuma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. Those volume books in hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. Bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile would ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to go down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. Well, it's obviously for the heat. Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there's a pipe gas in this district which consumers pay for putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. Yep. So if you're to a point to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London is a scary place. Indeed! Indeed! Could we even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Hang on. Yeah, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Frick this. Okay. Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely tiring. Yeah. Yeah. Skip, 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 skip. We've already seen all this. We've seen it all. Oh. There he is. There's the boy. Ah, look, Mr. Naruto. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. Hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Borea. Yes, of course, the Borea. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr... Oh, no, no, no. My dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruto. And Mr. Susato. Damn it. Yeah, no. You have a terrible memory. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no matter than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvement a little. A little? It's a mistake to think that's... It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I'll do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of imitable wisdom, you know, for an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens themselves beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression! My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. This murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. You know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. Seems that you assisted in an arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was his name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Can't believe he was looking Susato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. I don't think Mr. Natsume is a culprit, then. That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no. Oh dear. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man. First time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is one of the first importance. I had no idea. It is precisely that reason that I find great simulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I'm as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man who lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to the question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Oh boy. Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Till relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Oh! Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed the windows up. While the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of the law? You remember that, did you? You would perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. Thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but... I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. There are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrett's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be relevant or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Wild. Well, we'll be back here. You pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! Sixth time. For the umpteenth time, woman. You watch that... what you're bally well doing. I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rudely, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. You're deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem to open at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. I just saw Sholmes appear. Oh my, it's real. I thought it'd be a replica. That old thing? Bah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this Twisted Bro is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. Then dry very well in the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging in its head in shame. The new room looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? Clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Ah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling the past me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying about around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. I didn't notice. What are they doing here? Ah, those old things? Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired in the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. Mean you deliberately hunted on the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? For what, exactly? Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? Yeah, maybe do that. Looks like a Medal of Honor, showcased on a very grand manner. Yes, displayed with some pride, I would say. What's bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry. I should be glad to see the back of it. Well, the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? Appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of eye honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like the one to blow one's trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in the sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does surplus the requirements. Citrus doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems to try to hide something from view. What'd be behind it, I wonder? I'm gonna have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem. Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The world cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It's more like someone has demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. Sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. Well, let's talk to Sholmes. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. What are you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there. Well, keeping an eye on one's windows at dusk is a prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes even see the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. It's just time enough for one of my greatly admired... This is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garrideb. Though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one could call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that's all too clear to me. There are 2 conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Noto, look! The man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. We're in a dense jungle of logic and reasoning. I am the king of the beasts. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a ferocious, fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with a question. What form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gerlob, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Yes, though in an army man you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress box gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. More protruding it is a handle advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garradeb. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You stole the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Now, Mr. Garradeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that's given us rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by the observing carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on Earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it not once said by a certain nobleman, if they had no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of the tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. God. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Seventh time. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed. Is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth of all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? What if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room? Surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Eating potatoes are one thing. I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Sutoto, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on the great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. God damn it. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. Slight massage. That's all Mr. Shone's deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward. Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsumi's case. Still, covering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes. Logic and reasoning spectacular. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late in these four walls. Thus, we are faced with a question. What form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by a lion statue. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Just follow Mr. Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. What is behind?
Take that!
Oh wait, yeah. I should have examined that first. Oops. That deduction is wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Yes, yes. I need to examine it. I need to examine it. Yeah, I wonder who the maid is. Could it be his wife? And then she disguised herself as a maid to make it seem like he's of middle class. What's this photograph? Appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. Looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have stuck the glass directly over the woman's face. Wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here.
Take that!
There we go. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrett. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains, the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. The chilling traces of Wild Rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress possibly gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. More fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Jones is quite right. So sign of Mrs. Garrett up anywhere. Probably because she's right there. Seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. Clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mrs. Garrett's wife could be. She's right here. Well, you can see there's like a huge freaking slap print on his face.
Take that!
Wait, what? It's the maid, obviously. Duh. Ah. All right, let's try it again. She's right there. Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even the chance of a giveaway glance. First steps to prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled our way. Yes, this unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Tsuchito. It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Nodhodo. A charming little teapot. It's pristine condition. Shona's been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garrideb, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Garrideb. As on Mr. Garrideb, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Is there anything? Oh, no. Oh, I see something. Wedding ring.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. It is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my word! Well, Johnny Fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bully. The 8th time. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man. You're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell ya. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? My golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. Household can't be considered worthy of a society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrett has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrett? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, and we'll come back real soon. I'm back. Let's get this going. Let's finish this up. Now, Mr. Garrideb. It's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blind pose, the distress this loss has caused you is a veritable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by the supporting arm. Shulm is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gyarados' wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Gyarados is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. Perhaps that sort of remark doesn't seem to be propping up his head. Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Shulms, Mr. Gyarados' pain is tangible, though. What that pose of his really signify? Well, we saw the wound before, so, the slapped cheek, obviously.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! Yeah, that's why they put him in a certain angle to not reveal it. How the blazes, how did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from you. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Gyarados to fly into a rage? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, this pile of bills has given rise to the pain you suffer. Did Mr. Shulm say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now only says that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for the gobbling up all that food was Mr. Naruto. She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? Because he's not... I don't know. Maybe because he was awful? You know. Hang on. There we go. Let's see. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, though. Look. Scaredabba clearly has clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh! Cheating. Cheating on your wife. Look at the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. This bookmark is actually a love note then. Yeah,
Take that!
somebody's been cheating. Yes, this is this love note that's given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Yeah, look at her. She's freaking angry. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, she did it again. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her. That note was written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just there, you say. That's right, that's what I've been saying 9 times. A likely story. Now listen here, Joel, own thing. I explained it at the time. I brought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. Ugh. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? A likely story. Well, the thing is, your name is also John. So, I don't know, dude. For heaven's sake, woman. Look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Oh, wait, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. 11 times. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. No. Surely Miss Garrett didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubts that the statue of disarray that is this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholm's deduction that we need to fix. We only need to follow Miss Gerda's lays that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. How about we actually look at the freaking candle right there, you know? The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. Sholm's deduction. Tears match these made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. No, that's not how carpet works. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see its scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink what that in mind. Well, this looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? Well,
Take that!
Yep. There we go. There was a fire! Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. He's getting up. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Nice. She's a strong woman. Sees dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner by all my old novels there. In the pages of that one particular novel, he discovered a rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. I don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And Beast is most certainly an apt to... 12! 12! The carpet, was that destroyed by a fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old Styx rage and the raging flames. Paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. All the furniture started going up as well. Had to hide a mess behind that screen for the time being. Over there, Mr. Garrett? We had nothing more to hide now, if you allowed me. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh. Up in smoke. Gosh. And wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books, incoming 10 to dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. The poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Sean's deductions turn out to be correct once again. It can only describe as Great British wonder. Told he was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So exactly the same time. As a terrifying incident was unfolding your window on the street below. Even more terror on the inside, I can assure you. Oh, Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I would have noticed the dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we got to get to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. What does that have to do with Mr. Natsumi's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. No, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind. And all things fall into one of two categories. Those relative to the case, and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours of the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is that time already? We're to accept Mr. Natsumi's case. We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourself to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm gonna have to give him an answer. Do it! Do it! Save him! Save the poor man! Sorry, Mr. Nardon. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail it. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's gone on over in front of Mr. Garadeb's house. Oh. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy piminy? What? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Oh. He must be a performer. Who is this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. Eh? What the? Who are you now? Sorry, just look like there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be assistant, I'm from Japan. I have studied English law. Fine. I'll be on my way for today. Will you mark my words? This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Wild. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What's that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, that are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... Are you a lodger here? In the Garada residence? Oh, fair Easterman, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garada mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Supposed to be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. God damn it. I didn't really understand, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Sosuke-san and that man as lodgers. The Garada house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. So we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Hello. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Lockroom student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We're so sorry that I kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Well, I can definitely say you and that other lodger sure would get along well. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes! Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of the eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our devastated friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that case, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Hairlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My wholesome life is bedamned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? His lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean this trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruto successfully descended someone against the Reaper. But then, as the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? What? Ah, I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to accuse the convicted, Lord Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? Could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate winning every case without exception. That's good. So it looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters versus as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madam, is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright? However, those indicted by Lord Vanseeds cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. The justification may seem to leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead Dodo, done for, doomed. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I've only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most certainly to that room on Briar Road a week ago. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into the windless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Me? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Borea, if you recall. The Borea. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found within the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Sure, you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have been made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in final analysis, down to oneself. It doesn't matter whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Whether or not I can believe in myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his clients. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Parallels. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it's time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. Sorry, hold on. Oh, alright, I'm fine. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. Our time is there. Mr. Natsume. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locked-up student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe even. But I think I finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a round table journey, but I get there in the end. 13! Mr. Susuto. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed me. And Mr. Shoulders believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sosuke-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Alright. I think I'm probably going to be ending it there. So next time we come to this, it'll be on the trial. Alright. I'm gonna save it here. But yeah. I already saved it. I already saved it. I already saved it. I already saved it. Alright. So yes. We'll come back to this another time. Because we're pretty much gotten to the trial now. I'll see you next stream as well, Darth. Thank you for coming. Alright. So I'll see y'all later. Appreciate you coming, and we'll come back tomorrow for, Red Faction Guerrilla Remastered tomorrow. Well, remastered, whatever. But thank you for coming. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Take care.